Good evening and welcome to the January 19th, 2021 Surry County Board of Commissioners meeting. I'd like to welcome everyone. The reason we're having it tonight because we celebrated Martin Luther King's birthday yesterday. We'll go ahead and get started tonight. We've got a pretty good long meeting tonight, so we'll go ahead and get started, and I'd like to call on Commissioner Larry Johnson to have our invocation and pledge of allegiance.
Our Father in heaven, as we tonight be in humble prayer, we thank you, Father in heaven, for this opportunity we have together the capacity of the Surry County Board of Commissioners. Thankful for those that are in attendance, those that are safe, that travel here, and those that are zooming in. Thank you for the honor and the privilege to serve in this capacity. Pray now that this meeting will be conducted in order as it should. Bless our chairman as he leads us through this meeting. And bless us with common sense and more common sense and wisdom comes from thee, that we can discuss and decide things that are important to the citizens of Surry County. We thank thee, Father in heaven, for the many people that serve our country and our state and here in Surry County, especially those that are in the armed services and those that in law enforcement and all of our all those who protect us from harm or danger. We're thankful for this county government that we have here in Surry County, and Father, we're certainly blessed that we have what we have here, and we thank thee again for it. We're thankful for those that volunteer. We have many volunteers here in our county. We're thankful for their service and for them stepping up. Now, Father in heaven, we ask that will bless each and every one of us. Bless those, again, that I have mentioned before that serve us in various ways. Bless those that citizens here in our county that suffer, whether it be from this pandemic or whether it be from the opioid abuse or whether it be from their natural illnesses. Bless them, Father. Let them feel thy love through us. For we know the great commandment is that we love thee and that we love our neighbors. Help us to show our love through service. Again, with humble heart, we ask how we'll comfort those that are in mourning at this time. Those who have infirmities that are long term, and those that are affected in any way, that others show us the way that we can reach out and serve and show our love. We thank thee for a dedicated man who we lost Sunday evening, Father in heaven, and there's others, but especially Johnny Shelton. We pray for the Comforter, the Holy Spirit, to comfort their family and friends and those that are very close with them. Help us to continue on and that we can do our best. Most especially, Father, we thank thee for thy Son, Jesus Christ, for his sacrifice that we might. These things we ask and pray in Jesus' name. Amen. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. First on our agenda tonight is the approval of the agenda. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve, Mr. Chairman.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Goins. Is there a second? I'll second that. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried. Next, we have the approval of the January 4th, 2021 meeting minutes. Do I have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I've read the minutes, and I'll make a motion that they are correct.
Motion by Commissioner Johnson. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Goins. Is there any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried. On our consent agenda, we have 5 bullet points. Project connection resolution, tax department end of month summaries, reports and charges, board planning retreat resolution, meeting date change, surplus vehicles, and the grant update. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve consent agenda, Mr. Chairman.
Motion by Commissioner Goins. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Johnson. Is there any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carried. Before we get into the open forum, I believe Commissioner Johnson mentioned it in his invocation. I wrote down some things today. Bear with me so I can get through this. Surry County has suffered great losses this past week. First, retired Assistant EMS Director Wayne Cook lost his life after a long battle with cancer on Thursday. Then on Sunday evening, we received the terrible news that longtime public servant EMS Director Johnny Shelton had passed away. I've known Johnny and became friends with him for over 40 years. He was introduced to me by his brother, David, which later became one of my roommates. And so I became really close with that family in the early 90s. Johnny was always a caring man and would give you the shirt off his back and was the first to offer help. John executed his duties at the Surry County EMS with extreme professionalism and dedication. He always demanded excellence out of his paramedics, and it was evident of the vast distinguished awards he and the paramedics received not only in North Carolina, but nationwide. And if you ever had the need to call 911 for an ambulance, you knew the best was coming. Because Johnny instilled perfection, training above and beyond regular criteria, proficient paramedics. John was one of a kind, and sometimes, if you knew him well, he liked to do things like he wanted them done. He had like to do things his way. Whenever John came before the board for an idea or a project he had for EMS, it was always the greatest new invention and just had to have it. He was a great salesman, and most of the time he was able to sell it to the board, but not all the time. Johnny will be sorely missed, and he has left us with some enormous shoes to fill. But knowing the character and steadfastness of the EMS department, together we will move forward and prosper, because I know in my heart Johnny would want us to. Prayers and sincere condolences goes out to Johnny's family and extended EMS family and friends. Godspeed, John boy. Anybody else got any comments?
I'll go ahead and speak up. It's already been mentioned a time or two about being the best. Just a couple of personal examples that I had. This morning, my son and I talked about our family business, and my son said, "Dad, I want the best." always, everybody should always be the best at whatever they are, in what capacity they have. Being a father, or a husband, or a brother, or even in your work, your choice of occupations and whatever. I feel like this man years, and I think yes the whole time. Me, my brother passed away my oldest brother passed away about 3 years ago. His family lives out of town. He asked me to go see where he's at or what's wrong with him, and I found him. He was already stiff and cold. And I made the call that whatever needs to be done, y'all come. And they did, and Johnny Shelton came, really for no reason, I don't think. He shouldn't have to come. But he sat with me for about 2 hours, and I didn't need him, but that's what he wanted to do. And that to me, that showed his best. But maybe 4 years ago, from this governing body, one commissioner spoke up that we need to help those in the eastern part of North Carolina due to their underwater through recent hurricane. And it was suggested that we have a water drive and that we take them water. Well, I know some of you remember that. I remember Sandy even come and help us load some up. And I remember on a Friday night, we got a call that a truck didn't show up at Surry Central to get all the water they'd collected. So Commissioner Tucker and myself, we went and got us old truck. We went over there and hauled it all in, you know. But the next day, after filling the truck up, overloaded to the capacity, which they said that DOT would let them buy, being it was going for an emergency. They wouldn't worry about weighing them or whatever. So we stacked it full. Johnny Shelton came by when it was about done. Said, that ain't enough. In just a few hours' time by phone, and we wasn't expecting Johnny Shelton to come by to even help us with it. But in just a few hours' time, by his phone calls, we had another tractor and trailer load. So we sent 2 tractor and trailer loads down east, and one of them was all contributed to Johnny Shelton. So the way I look at it, over and beyond a whole lot of his time. And I'm thankful that I've known him. I'm thankful that I've sat in front of him and even talked not about this circumstances, but he's not going to be around forever. And we talked about that a little bit, and I can quote him. He said, Larry, this is my life. And I'll always remember that. He gave it his whole and give it his best. And thank you for listening to me.
Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me, Mr. Chairman?
Sir, go ahead.
I'll just offer a comment quickly. Certainly this board and our county, our prayers go out to the family with heartfelt and sincere condolences to the family of our friend, John Shelton. I've known John Shelton, like a lot of you, since about 1977 when I enrolled in an EMT training program at the Surry Community College one winter. And John Shelton was one of the brand new instructors. I got to know John then, and I've known him through many circles over the years. John Shelton was a bigger than life kind of fellow, widely known both locally and all over the state of North Carolina, as at the top of the game in his game of emergency services. And John Shelton was just a dedicated county employee and EMS director for many decades here that didn't leave many people that didn't know about John Shelton. When John called and asked you if there was something or some way he could help you, he meant it. And over the years, I've known personally, and you guys, most of you folks listening have too, John has helped literally hundreds of families and thousands of Surry County people at their very worst time of need, when they had death and misery and sickness and need of transportation for loved ones and their families. John's done that for decades. John would move mountains to help a person in need, and we all that knew him, we knew that. John Shelton will be sorely missed by all of Surry County, his family, friends, and I will always miss a good friend with John's loss. The name and legacy of John Q. Shelton will live on in Surry County for a long, long time. John, may you rest in peace, my friend, and to your family, our prayers and our thoughts are with you tonight. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner.
And I'd just like to say, to the family, our thoughts and prayers go out to John's family. And, you know, the things that we've talked about is Johnny wanted what was best for Surry County. And whether we agreed with him or not, we always got to where it was what was best for Surry County, and that's what Johnny wanted. He wanted his folks to be the best, and we've said that several times. And I know when my father passed away in 2019, Johnny I know was instrumental in finding some of us like myself. I was out and about, and Johnny had a part in that. Johnny texted me, Johnny called me. And I'm like Commissioner Tucker, if he said he'd help you, he meant it. He would help you any way he could. And I appreciate that about Johnny. He was a good man.
Thank you, Mr. Goins. Anyone else? We did. Give him a second. All right, we're going to move on right now. Next on the agenda is our open forum. If you're here to speak during the public forums for the rezoning request, we'll have that next. And if you want to speak in open forum, take 3 to 4 minutes, state your name and telephone number, and we'll hear your thoughts.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, staff, I want to give a shout out, thank you for the professionalism that the Surry County Board of Health did with the coronavirus vaccination. I know y'all had a part in it. I got my shot Thursday. It was well organized, professional, and a credit to y'all and Johnny Shelton. Johnny was there. I saw Johnny. And oftentimes we come up here and complain about something, but this is something that we can be proud of. It went off smoothly, well organized. I didn't hear any complaints. And I've talked to a slew of people that got their shots there, and all of them were very complimentary. And for those of you that had a hand in it, organizing the health department, thank you. It's a feather in our hat for Surry County, the way that went off. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. I'd like to name a number, yeah. Name a number.
Oh, J.T. Henson.
Like we don't know you.
336-755-2101. Forgot about that.
I want to reiterate what you just said, that I've had several phone calls and praising the professionalism. It was Samantha Ainge, her team, and the health department.
Absolutely.
And Chris and Sandy, and along with EMS, John Shelton, and the Sheriff's Department. We had a great team, and we're doing it again this week and the weeks to come. And I've heard some really great things that happened down there. So
It's a credit to the organizational ability and the professionalism of the staff here.
thank you. Eddie, you want to make any comments, sir? Eddie.
Yes, sir. And we're making comments. I'm sorry, I was having difficulties getting in there, Mr. Chairman.
We proceeded open forum, but we'll close that for a minute if you want to make any comments about John.
Yes, obviously, if you're allowing board comment on this, yes, I certainly would like to say that I'm completely devastated with this news. And I want to say that John Shelton was a dear friend of mine, a colleague. I appreciated being able to work with John for the last 10 years since I started being a county commissioner. My heart goes out to his family and his friends and his EMS family. Surry County is certainly a better place for John's service to this government that we have, trying to do the best we can for our citizens, and he will be sorely missed. And I can't say enough how fortunate we were in Surry County to have someone with the dedication of John Shelton. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Harris. Is anyone else for open forum?
I wasn't sure if I needed to go here, if you're having a hearing later, I do not know. But again, it's my neighbor's problems. You just think I'm the problem, but I'm not.
Name and phone number.
I am Crystal Ritter, and my number is 336-648-1485. I am just so, amused is not the right word, flustered, really, flustered, how they can say we're the problem. Ms. Pam said how I took her for harassment. No, I didn't. I took her for protection from abuse because she was constantly yelling up to me, calling me, swearing, causing problems. And I have it here that she did not win because of her greatness. She won because of COVID. I never knew when the hearing was. And it says here, dismissal because the plaintiff failed to appear on the scheduled trial date. The defendant did appear on that date and has moved to dismiss this action. That's the only reason that she won. In fact, during that hearing, her husband kept getting told to stop or he was going to be sent out because he was talking when he wasn't supposed to be talking. So what does that have to do with this proposed thing that's going on? As Harris has said, and Goins has said, and I think Larry said it as well, it is going to affect the whole community. You're going to have to make sure that the wording is correct because these people are out for blood and they are going to cause more problems than they're already causing. I am not doing half of what they say. You say you saw trash, you saw trash. I don't understand where this trash is that you are complaining about. Is it the tennis court? If so, that's where my dogs go. And I don't have 14 dogs and I never had 19 dogs. I have less than 14, and it's not 13. As far as my cats, I've always had my cats since I moved here. I don't even have 100 animals. I don't have 70. I don't know where they're coming up with these numbers, especially when they would count in the tennis court and they're saying, I see so many dogs. And I'm like, you can't see that many dogs because there's never that many dogs out there. But anyway, the barking, I bring my dogs in, not only when the police are sent to have me bring them in. I have them out in the morning to go to the bathroom, depending on weather. Hot, cold, too cold, I bring them in, even though they have husky in them and a whole bunch of other cold weather dogs. I care about my dogs. And as far as how much I spend, really, it's nobody's business how much I spend on things, except my family, what I spend on things. That kind of bugged me, what you said, Mr. Goins. Dolores says she wants her peaceful neighborhood back, and so does Mr. Cook. Well, according to Miss Pam, when I moved in, she got rid of her husky dog because the neighbor who I bought the house from was chasing her dog around when he got in her yard with a machete. Peaceful? I don't think so. She told me so many stories. Miss Pam said to me, I'm so glad you moved in because you're quiet. Yes, we are quiet. We try to keep to ourselves. We don't want to bug other people. We just want to be self-sufficient. And I'm sorry that they think that I am out to get them, but I'm not. I actually take measures and do things to avoid it. Like I said before, I purposely had paid somebody to landscape it, which you can see on my one picture that I will give you, that it shows where my chickens go to my fence, and my property goes beyond the fence, and there is no dirt there. It is green, and the nitrogen from the chickens will not let green grow. So it shows it does not run down Miss Pam's yard. And I'm glad, and I thank her. Oh, I thank her for telling you that I do clean my animals out. I do my wash. She says I put it on makeshift racks. I'm sorry, we're gonna have to tell JCPenney that their racks are makeshift. If anything's makeshift, it's her husband hanging out his overalls in their front yard. I'm really confused as to it. Trash all over, you said trash. Well, we can show you a picture. I think my daughter has it in here. We have pictures of the dogs, but she can show it to you then. Oh, here it was. This was right near the park. It's a wash basket with a whole bunch of trash bags. That's trash. That's people dumping off. And all along that road on Galax Trail, trash, trash, trash. My yard, I pick up. As far as Miss Pam said about having to clean up my Chewy box, oh yeah, she did. I had it out for trash. It blew over in her yard. And you think I was gonna go over there and get it after her husband threatens to shoot our chickens, threatens to shoot our dogs? You think I'm gonna go over there and risk him threatening, to shoot me? No, 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 no. She picked it up and threw it back all the way in another area of the yard, which I put back out for the trash again. But we are in compliance with the barking, with the noise. We have been in contact with Surry Community or Surry Animal Control. We have talked to them about things. And half the time when Dolores is yelling and saying that I'm leaving my dogs out to bark, 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 it's when I'm feeding my animals and doing the chores. And I told this to Animal Control. And they said, I have every right to have my animals out while I am doing chores. Yes, I have them out during the day. They can't stay in all night. And again, thank you for telling them that I do bring my dogs in. Mr. Cook said how I have a run to have them run right back into my house. I'm so glad he let you know that I do let my dogs out and I do bring them in. I am not mean to my animals and I take care of them. So what they're saying a lot of times, it is proving that I am doing the right thing and I am trying to be a good citizen. She said, Pam said, treat others the way you want to be treated. I do. I don't know why they are harassing me. She says that she gave us rides all the time without asking for money. No, I volunteered money and she wouldn't take it. I paid her in eggs and she was grateful till her husband had a problem with that. And like we were saying before, with the ordinance, Dolores said she wants it from 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. It's not going to work. You got schools and when they are in session and this COVID's not here, the noise is going to be affected by that. You've got your fireworks. You've got a lot of different activities. The park we live near, there's baseball games usually there constantly. You're going to have noise. Are the police going to be constantly coming out for those things like they are coming out to my property? I do not understand what they have out for me. I am a good person. I come from a strong line of farmers. I'm not from down here. I'm a Yankee, and I'm sorry if that offends people. I can't help that my immigrants settled in Pennsylvania. And showing you I have come from a long line of strong women who have overcome things like I'm hoping to overcome this trial and this frustration I'm getting and everything. I've had people who saved their gold because they didn't want the French having it when they were kicked out because they were a Huguenot. I've had people who were kidnapped by Indians who survived and came home.
Need to wrap it up.
All right.
Would please.
What I'm trying to say, really, I am trying to say that I am doing the best I can. I am trying to follow the laws. They are saying that they need to look at all these different avenues to try to get us to do what? To change? Change what? I'm sorry. I don't understand. We're not a metropolitan area. We are far from a metropolitan area. I lived near Philly. I know how Philly is. I know how it was in Pennsylvania. But please go over this ordinance. Please go over it and make sure that your T's are crossed, your I's are dotted. Make sure everything is right because you are going to affect even the farmer up the road from me who only has around the same acreage as me and has goats and chickens. Same acreage, but he's not being harassed. Why? Because he's just around the corner? I don't know. And as they said, we are going to be persecuted, and that is not fair. I did not come down here to North Carolina to be persecuted. I came down to live with my family in peace, and I'd like that.
Thank you.
I'll give you those couple of pictures that, and then my daughter will speak and tell you about the rest of them.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I'll keep the things about the studio if you don't mind, unless you want copies of that. Okay.
Anyone else?
Hi, my name is Jenna Ritter. My number is 336-648-1380. I think a lot of my mom's frustration stems from the fact that after we were here last time, I told someone that I was upset that we couldn't find out what was said in previous meetings word for word instead of, just seeing what was said in the paper and only knowing that our deceitful neighbors were here because of it being printed in the paper. And she told us that we could see the video, and we found the video after last meeting, and that has opened up some very raw emotions for us, because especially from me, because as I said last time, majority of the animals on the property are livestock animals. Actually, no, not really, but anyway. And in regards to livestock animals, I manage them. And nothing goes through without my knowing and without my permission with those animals. And I make sure everything is taken care of with them. I had veterinary, and when I was in Pennsylvania, I went to a specific cyber school, a cyber charter school that was online, and I got to go do different classes that other kids weren't able to do. Like for my science class, I had a vet tech course. They don't offer that around here, and in public schools, they do not do that in Pennsylvania. But because I was in a cyber charter school, I was able to do a vet tech course. So I know exactly what my animals need and how to do it. And I did courses here at Surry Community College for the animal program and in the horticulture program. And I got my certificates and my degree. But going on that, it frustrates me so much, and it's not solely a North Carolina problem. It's a generational problem, really, that I've noticed that older people think that you need a lot of land to be a farm. You most certainly do not. If you go on YouTube and if you ask people, there are people with a fully functioning farm who make over $100,000 a year solely with what they get from their farm and the proceeds from their farm on a quarter of an acre. Only a quarter of an acre. We have more than half an acre and not quite an acre. We have, I guess you could say, a little over 3/4. And we aren't as integrated and up to speed as I would like to be. But if you think a quarter of an acre can make $100,000, how much do you think other people could make? Sorry, I'm kind of trailing off. We're not making anywhere close to that. But anyway, and this is small farms and micro farms are being done all throughout the country. It is not solely a newfangled thing. This has been done for years. During World War II, it was recommended that people would start small farms in their backyards to get through wartime. If you ask me, we're getting close to that again. So why not encourage people to do it more? And I saw the writing on the wall years ago, and I said to my mom, hey, we already have dietary restrictions in our family. I struggle to eat certain foods. My sister can't have milk. We raise goats. She can't have milk. And my boyfriend has restrictions with certain food, and my mom can't have food with dye in it. So we have to raise our own food because we can't make a meal for everyone together because of all the restrictions. And if you open it up wider to extended family, like my grandmother and aunts and uncles, then we find restrictions with soy. And by doing the farm, we also send out products to the extended family members. And for an example, my sister for Christmas, she found out around Christmas that she was laid off from her job in Pennsylvania from the school. And she didn't know how she was going to be able to afford groceries. So my sister, when she went to go visit, took up some eggs. And so she knew that her kids were going to have food. But even with all this, the neighbors think we're bad, but I'm sorry. But if you would look at a farm that I am friends of a friend of these people, because if you go on YouTube, you'll find many small farmers who have been able to make it work. And in fact, there's a small farm in the city, a metropolitan area, which is metropolitan area of Phoenix, Arizona, a desert. They have a small farm with pigs, chickens, goats, sheep, ducks, and turkeys on 1 acre in the city, and they have zero problems. So why do all these people have problems? Or why do all these people not have problems, but we do? The neighbors. The neighbors are the problems. Ever since we moved in, we have had problems with them. I'm sorry, and it's been since we moved in. And in Arizona, how do they water their lawns? They water it by irrigation, flood irrigation. So one person's yard is flooded, then through a pipe, the next person's yard is flooded. And if those people have a farm, all of that stuff then floods to their property. I'm sorry, but that sounds a little worse than what we are doing. Yet there are no complaints about that. Their neighbors are perfectly happy with the arrangement. So I don't know, I personally blame our neighbors for being incorrigible, because in addition to that, we did at one point have over 100 animals. And that was when I had reptiles, floor to ceiling of reptiles. And that was from my dad. My dad couldn't handle the reptiles anymore, and I got the reptiles from him. And I was the one he trusted with the reptiles. And in North Carolina, well, not really North Carolina, but in Surry County, it is so hard to find a stable food source for those reptiles. For the snakes, I had ball pythons. They aren't that big, but they're 6 foot long, this much wide, and at their widest. Mine never got that big, but we had to raise mice for them to eat. This happened years ago, and we were doing it when we moved in. And then for the...
Jen, I'm sorry to interrupt. You need to wrap it up.
Okay.
2 minutes.
Sorry, I get lost, and then sorry.
Hold it to 3 or 4 minutes, but
Yeah. Anyway, then the lizards, we had to raise, their bugs. But anyway, when we told the Bledsoes, just in conversation, like, oh yeah, we have reptiles. And in fact, the snakes. Pam called my mother flipping out that she was upset that snake was going to escape, get over to her property and cause damage. And she was going to find it in her yard or under her bed or something. It was winter when this conversation took place. That snake would have died before I got over to her house. So these people we have had problems with, and that was since before the livestock moved in. But I think my mom did it better than I do. I get distracted too easily and overwhelmed, overstimulated. Sorry, but thank you.
thank you. Anyone else? All right, in this portion of our meeting, I'm going to close the open meeting and open up the public forum. I believe we have 3 rezoning requests, and I'll call Johnny Easter up to do the first one. Then we'll have a public forum.
Thank you, Chairman. First, I'm going to present to the board tonight is a rezoning. The applicant is Manuel Contreras. The current zoning is RA or RL, and the proposed zoning is multifamily residential use. This property is located at 174 New Street in Mount Airy. The zoning is RL classification because this was in the Mount Airy ETJ. So when we took over the jurisdiction of the Mount Airy ETJ, this specific property was in the ETJ. So that's why the RL, the closest representation to the RL zoning is the RA zoning. So what they're wanting to do is they're wanting to develop this piece of property and add a potential new multifamily residence on that. It's approximately 1.3 acres. Currently does already have an existing multifamily unit on, and they're wanting to potentially have it rezoned to put it back on there. When it was presented before the planning board last week, there was one condition. The planning board approved it with any kind of issues other than the specifics is we reached out to the city of Mount Airy to determine if they had access to municipal sewer because it is located in the county. The Mount Airy does have access to this specific property for municipal sewer, and one of the requests that they asked for this to consider was before the planning board was if they do hook up to municipal sewer, that we asked them to hook up the property to municipal water, everything on the property. So that was presented to the planning board, and the planning board approved this unanimous. So I'd be more than happy to take any questions about this specific property.
Anyone here to speak on behalf of a rezoning request on New Street?
We are here. We approach.
Yes, sir.
My name's Joseph Jose Melendez. My phone number is 336-406-7809. I am his realtor, a good friend of mine. Manuel Contreras, he is the owner of the property, and all means he's fluent in English as well. He is looking to probably duplicate his current 6-unit property on that. And as he said, we went through the first stage and went well, and he's remodeled that current property that's there right now. And he's looking to just get rezoned and do everything by the book. He did everything by the book on the first property, and he's just trying to do that on the second section of his land.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
My name is Randy Parker. My number is 336-755-1249. I own the property across from the location you're talking about. And during the remodeling of the facility that's there now, there were a lot of thefts going on in the neighborhood. And I don't know who did it. And it's not really that important anyway, because it's just minor stuff. But the people that are in there now have loud parties, drinking, noise, vulgar music coming from speakers. I live on New Street. Not New Street, but Gwynn Avenue across from it. And I can sit on my front porch and hear the music. And sometimes it's very vulgar. I got a 12-year-old little girl. But that's basically all I got to say. I oppose it.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, Mr. Chairman. My name is Haywood Burley Easter. I live at 222 New Street. I own and occupy 222 and 216 New Street. My phone number is 336-756-6323. The issue there on New Street, one of the major issues, or there's several major issues to be considered before the planning board would have even considered and should not have considered any kind of expansion on that area, would have been the size of the road. The road itself was built years ago when they actually had to take and cut the road completely in two, cut people's property in two, and go down the middle of people's property, my property being one of them. The road itself is way too narrow now for vehicles to say that it's really passable for two vehicles. Vehicles cannot actually go side by side. There is also the fact that there's a branch that goes right directly in behind those apartments. It also goes directly in behind both of my properties. That branch itself has, over the years, the course of the years, been actually contaminated by certain chemicals from drug raids from homes that was flushed out by city fire officials by the contamination of methamphetamines. Not to mention sewage was also dumped into that branch illegally. There is also there has been in the past and continues to be a lot of overdue parties and stuff that does go on at times at those apartments and stuff. We do have a lot of traffic and stuff in and out of those apartments. Law enforcement stays at them a whole lot. I have nothing against the current owner. I think the world of him. I think he's a great guy. And he's done a wonderful job fixing the apartments up and doing what he has done. But as far as building another multi-structure there before another multi-structure goes in there, there's a lot of things that needs to be done at the county's level. The county itself needs to have some evaluations done of this road to see if something could be done, because Highway 103, it has been in the talks for several years now that Highway 103 would eventually come off of 103 and would come straight down New Street to junction right into 52 to take it right back to 52 to get the traffic off of 103 to put it right back out onto Highway 52, getting tractors and trailers off of 103, putting them back out onto 52. This taking tractors and trailers and all off of the roads, going through town, diverting them to get them to go away from town. There's also been in the past a lot of drug activity. Now, this is in the past. This hasn't been since this gentleman's taken the place over. But in the past, there has been a lot of drug activity around the apartments. And there has been issues with children since the gentleman who owns them now. Children have actually been coming around other people's properties, going on their properties and stuff, and we don't know whose children they are, but they do say that they live at the apartments, and you go up to the apartments and you can't find no one to talk to or nothing, and no one seems to know, well, who are you talking about or anything like that. And it sort of gets aggravating because here's these kids, two small children, one about this tall and one about this tall, and I've got a dog in a lot, and I don't want someone's child to get bit by a dog on my property. And I know I've got a lady that lives right beside of me who is real close to the apartments, and she has had trouble out of the same two children. They've come on her property on numerous occasions, and they have, I think they actually tried to enter her home at one point. She actually has a security camera system and everything, which she had put in. But to be honest with you, we oppose these apartments being built before there's anything being done to look to see as far as what can be done to stop it. And I know ultimately we will be the ones that lose the battle because this man pays taxes, he owns the property, and he has that right. This is all part of the American dream. And that's what we're all here for. We're here to try and do our best and try to establish, to do what is right. And we don't want to stop or hold anyone back, but we want to try to help each other. But at the same time, we do not want to drag other people down in the wake of things. It's just like I realized earlier when some folks got up and talked, I wondered, well, now, who is these people? And then I got to realizing, okay, these commissioners have been having a time out of these people. These are people that, if you gentlemen could give me the opportunity, I could probably solve y'all's problem, you know. But that would be up to the board's discretion. But, gentlemen, I believe in free entrepreneurship and I believe in free enterprise. But there needs to be some other things looked into before we hastily run into this. And we make a decision and we decide that we're going to go and jump the gun because we got to realize the road's too small. There's already way too much traffic on this road. Once they built the new dollar store at the top of the road, influx of traffic thinks, oh, gee, this road goes to 52. No, it doesn't. It's a big horseshoe. It circles around. It's a loop. And it's a very narrow road. School buses can hardly get down this road. There's been tree limbs that have fell and broke at 6, 7 o'clock in the morning. Who's out there having to get those tree limbs out of the road? Well, I can tell you right now, it's not the DOT. The guy standing here right now before you, Haywood Easter. I'm the one out there cutting tree limbs out of the road to make sure those school buses do get through there. I try my best and I do my best with what limited resource that I do have. And I try to help people as much as I can. I'm actually disabled and I do the best, like I say, with what I've got to do with. But I hope that something can be done and that y'all can actually look at it, maybe table the situation and get DOT to take a look and survey this and look at it and see what can be done as far as the road itself, the width of it. Maybe we can get the Soil and Conservation bunch to take a look at this branch, because once you get a multifamily situation in there, guess what? You're going to have children playing in this branch. This branch has been there for decades. Been there a lot longer than you and I have. And I can tell you there's one part of it called the glass hole. It's not called the glass hole for no reason. I've been cut many a time down there in that branch. There's all kinds of debris and stuff in that branch. All of that really needs to be cleaned up. What about the cross ditches, the waterways? The state of North Carolina, when they came through years ago and they put these waterways in to control the flood and coming off the road, they made it sound so good. Well, we, the state of North Carolina, we will stand back and we will take care of all this for you. Guess who it's on now? It's not on the state of North Carolina. It took me 3 years, gentlemen. 3 years arguing with the state of North Carolina to get them down there just to clean the ditches out. I shouldn't have to call the state 3 times. There's elderly people that live in this community. Some of those elderly people, when it snows, we don't even see a snow plow come through our community. Who has to plow it? Now it's up to Haywood. Frank, gentleman named Frank used to actually do it for us, Frank Welch. We used to have to get Frank Welch to come down and actually take a tractor and plow the road out for us. EMS could not have got in there if it had ever been someone in trouble. And there's all kinds of elderly people on that horseshoe loop. Gentlemen, like I say, we do oppose it, but ultimately we know we'll lose the battle. But we just want you to know that I'm not here trying to make this gentleman lose the battle. I'm here to try to better the way that these people live in this community, is what I want. I want it better for each and every citizen in that community, to help each and every one of them. Thank you all. Thank you, Mr. Easter. Anyone else?
My name is Chelsea Ward, phone number 336-401-1354. I feel like I'm the one that would be affected most by the apartments because I'm the property right beside the lot he wants to put the apartments on. I actually talked to him about this a few months ago. He tried explaining to me his plans. I didn't see then how it would work. I still don't see now how it would work. Don't have anything against him. I appreciate him fixing up the apartments. I feel like it's helped the neighborhood. I feel like we do have better people in there now, minus a few issues that we've had. But I know that's going to happen anywhere you go. The problem that I have is my property directly beside it. If we get apartments put up, I'm going to lose my privacy. You know, if he said he was wanting to build it exactly like the apartments there now, they're front and back, and he's wanting to put it sideways, I'm going to have people looking at me on my property, which is fine. I'm not doing anything. But if I just want to be out there having a cookout or something with my family, I want it to be me and my family. Not only that, I feel like it's going to hurt the resale value of my property. I'm young. Am I going to stay here forever? I don't know. I eventually would like to get a bigger house. I'm afraid down the road, once these apartments come up, I'm never going to be able to resell my house. I feel like I'm going to be stuck because nobody's going to want to wake up and look at apartments right across from them. And as Haywood has mentioned, the traffic. There has been a lot of traffic going up and down the road. You know, I'm out there trying to walk my dogs. They come flying by. You know, one time I almost got hit. Don't know why, but that's just an issue, is how is it going to be once the apartments are up, everything's approved, the people that are going to come in, what kind of traffic are they going to bring? What kind of people are those people going to be? What issues am I going to have as far as the homeowner directly beside them? Am I going to have to build a privacy fence? Am I going to be able to sell my property? I've actually asked him to buy the little section that connects my property and his property before the trees, so that I could buy that and, you know, fence it up and not have to worry, but he doesn't want to sell me that property. So now I'm concerned that he's going to knock down the trees and the apartments are really going to be there and we won't have no trees separating us at all. So my concern is just, if this is approved, how is he going to fit it in there on such a small lot? How many apartments is he going to build, and how is that going to affect not only me, but everyone else? And that is it.
Thank you, Ms. Ward. Anyone else? Hey, Johnny. Anyone got any questions?
I have for Johnny. Johnny, I have a question. Did at the planning board meeting, did we have some folks there to state their cause, reasons for and against?
No, I did receive a couple of phone calls from citizens, and I asked them that the purpose of the public hearing, if they would want to speak at the planning board meeting, they could, but addressed him here before this board. The applicant did there and was at the planning board meeting and did present specifics and did have questions about the intended use of the property. But no one opposition showed up. I did speak to some people prior to the planning board meeting and directed them to the open hearing here at the Board of Commissioners in front of you guys.
Was the planning board able to hear through you
Yes.
some of the concerns?
Well, a lot of the concerns were basic. Mainly some of the concerns I received over the phone call was specific about, I spoke with Mr. Easter, some questions about the stream and associated with that, and told him that would all be handled, the septic and various stuff like that, but that would be handled through the city of Mount Airy. That we did have, you know, part of the approval process with that was addressed through the city of Mount Airy, that they would have to hook up to municipal water and sewer for anything that they did on that property.
And I noticed that the board was unanimous in their decision
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
of passing.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I didn't quite hear that. Was Mr. Easter and or was it Mrs. Ward that's just spoke at open forum? Were either one of those there to make these similar comments to the planning board?
No, sir.
Okay. And if you will, I'd like to address this question, I guess, to whomever is most applicable, not putting anybody on the spot here, Mr. Easter, Johnny. You know, usually we vote these things up or down, and usually they're yeses, and the planning board does a wonderful job usually of vetting these things. But the process does, in fact, call for a planning board who is basically given a lot of latitude to make a recommendation to this board. And unfortunately, we only get to vote it up or no. But I'd like to know, what are our options? If we have a little bit of question after hearing some of this about the right-of-ways, the maintenance of the road, the small acreage, the number of apartments, some of the issues that we haven't, that we've just heard. What's our options? I know that's yes or no to vote it up or vote it down, but if we vote it no, can we send it back for further review by you, Mr. Easter, and or the planning board to satisfy our questions we might raise here tonight, or our concerns?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We can relook at it. And just something to keep in mind with this as well, this is the use of the land. Any structures or anything that would be built on that would have to go through the proper permitting process in and of itself. We would still have to issue a zoning permit. We'd still have to issue all the necessary building permits associated with this. We would still have to ensure, since this is going to be of a commercial nature of a property, you know, we're going to have to get involved with showing how they're going to address, and it would have to be approved, how parking would it be addressed, how, you know, the location of the the structure on the property, how it meets all the necessary setbacks. That would all be handled through the permitting process in and of itself. This is just right now, just approval just to be able to use the property for that. But by all means, we could send it back to the planning board to relook at these things, and some of those things could be addressed at that time too. If we wanted to put some buffering requirements on that, we could address some buffering, some of the concerns of the neighbors. We could, require some DOT information about the road itself. These are things that we could do itself, send it back to the planning board, retable it back to relook at some of those things. But absolutely, we could do that to address some of the concerns with some of the neighbors.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Easter.
Yes, sir.
So we could just send this back to the planning board for further review?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And some of the specific, issues that we have addressed at this time, my staff or myself could reach out to the applicant himself, and then we could say, hey, some of the concerns that was raised tonight, that we could address those things, bring it back up to the meeting. We would send it out to the next planning board meeting, give them ample opportunity to address some of the issues, open up to have another meeting back there, take it back before the planning board itself, and then bring it back to this board as well.
Well, I would like to ask Mr. Melendez, if he would, what you've heard tonight. Do you think Mr. Contreras would be willing to oblige or buffering or go along with some of the requests that were made tonight?
Definitely. I've known him quite an amount of years, and I've been blessed to work with him, and he used me as a realtor, a couple investments throughout. He did everything by the book at that current property. He is obviously, we're talking back there, and he would be obliging to everything by the book, structure, architecture. Like we said, we're not trying to beat around the bush. I've worked for him a lot of years. He's very particular. He does his things the right way. He gets done his way, the right way by the book. If not, it doesn't move forward.
Spoke and said he had cleaned the place up and
he did.
And helped out. So
He did.
I believe if they did have to work with someone, it would be him. Am I correct? Great job. Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Johnny, I'm sure.
Mr. Chairman,
Just a minute, Eddie.
I'm sure that the county, your department has done everything prior. Those concerned, the neighbors and others, was amply, they knew of the hearing coming up, or the planning board.
Yes, sir.
Was invited to come then.
Yes, sir.
And so that I haven't heard otherwise, that they didn't hear about it.
Right, right.
Not yet.
Yeah.
But, and so, if it's not a real drastic thing, I think I got a few hands raised that they missed out on it.
Right.
Or didn't get a personal invite, or whatever the circumstance is. But I've also heard from those that are opposing that as a good person wants to do this, nothing wrong with the property owner or anything such as that. And what I have heard is that as long as they comply with what's necessary, the other things that was mentioned was about, it's all over Surry County, little children running around a little bit, drugs, big time, all around.
Yes, sir.
Something that we wish we could control.
Yes, sir.
The road, unfortunately, we don't have any control. DOT does their thing, but we can offer our concerns.
Yes, sir.
About DOT, about, I see their point.
Yeah.
I see their point of having to do this and do that and such as that, but does it affect this particular property about wanting to build on it? But if it's not a gigantic hurry, I assume it would take y'all, the next planning meeting would be about 3 weeks from now or so.
Yeah, actually the deadline for submittal to get on the board was today. So I would give the opportunity to sit down. Our staff would like to sit down with the applicants, address some of these issues, and probably take it to the March meeting at the planning board, if that's okay. Give them ample opportunity to be able to get all the necessary information provided to us. We could get it on the planning board meeting.
Those that are concerned, and it might be more than
right, absolutely,
over 4.
Right,
they would do our very best some of them might want to leave a number with you tonight or something. you know.
Right, absolutely.
I'm just saying,
Yeah.
if it's not a gigantic issue, I want all parties to be, but it is good to hear that nobody's opposed to
Right.
each other.
Yeah.
Each other.
Yeah, understand completely.
I feel good about that. But, Mr. Chairman, I'm not opposed to not taking any action tonight, if we choose to do that.
Mr. Harris, Commissioner Harris. Commissioner Harris.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Mr.
You're cutting in and out.
Can you hear me now?
No,
Can you hear me?
no. Something's wrong with the connection.
Okay. Can you hear me?
No, sir. It's cutting in and out.
Okay. I'm sorry. I'll just thank you.
Can't understand you, Commissioner Harris.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. I got you now.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Good. The applicant's intentions are quite clear in the complex. Is that correct, Mr. Easter?
We didn't get all that, buddy.
I'm sorry.
Just go to audio only, Eddie. Turn the video off. Modern technology. Are you with us?
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
You can.
One word at a time, maybe.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Is that good?
Okay, thank you.
No.
Okay, I'll pass. That's okay. Go on.
All right. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I missed a word out. We do have to take action to send it back to the planning board. That would be the action. I apologize, sir, if that's what we decide to do.
I'll make a motion that we send the rezoning request for 174 New Street in Mount Airy back to the planning board for further review.
I'll second that.
Have a motion by Commissioner Goins and seconded by Commissioner Johnson. Send it back to the planning board for further investigation. All in favor, or is there any more discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Hope everyone's satisfied with that. And we'll move on to the next rezoning request.
This is, the applicant is Lauren Perkowski. Thank you, sir. The current zoning is RA. He's wanting to have the property rezoned to highway business. This property is located on Key Street. It's in Key Street, not in Pilot Mountain, but in Surry County. It's right behind Foothill Ford, Kevin Powell's Foothill Ford. So you can see it from there. It's about a 1.3 acre, and it's also an additional 0.5 acres. He's wanting to have it rezoned. He's wanting to put a custom furniture refinishing business in it, where he refurbishes and refinishes business. So, like I said, it's located in that general area of the county. The property is in an RA district, but there's multiple businesses and highway businesses located around this specific property itself. The access can be found off of Key Street, which is located off of Cook School Road. It's contingent with the surrounding properties around it. It was unanimously approved at the planning board with no conditions. We did not receive one phone call, any questions or anything about that. So I'll be more than happy to entertain any questions or anything about this.
All right. Is there anyone here to speak on behalf of this? Pekoski? Mr. Pekoski? Is that good?
People just say the furniture guy.
Okay, furniture guy. Okay, here we go.
All right, Lauren Perkowski, 202 Shoals Road, Pinnacle, 336-413-2564. I bought a building years back and been looking for property. I didn't know you couldn't put it up wherever you wanted. I was informed by you guys. So I've looked for a few years and finally found something where it's in a decent commercial neighborhood or a business neighborhood where I can put it up. So that's where I'm at right now with you guys, trying to get it rezoned. So it's basically, if you go there and stand there, you hear the highway so loud, I couldn't imagine anybody ever wanting to build a house there. So it's a perfect place to put a building that can make some noise every now and then, but not constant. We don't get a lot of traffic coming to our shop now. Most of it's on the road. Most of the stuff I bring in that I take back. So I don't really get a lot of traffic for that road. I know it's half of it's residential toward the beginning of it. And then I get trucks every now and then for, dropping something off, but it's not heavy traffic at all. So if there are, any concerns like that, and we really, I do most of my work on the road. I'll actually come to this space and fix it on site. I do a lot of on-site work, but I do get jobs that, you got to build stuff or restore stuff or do upholstery, just anything to do with furniture.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? All right. Anyone got any questions for Mr. Easter?
From what I've read, Johnny, you've stated no opposition, no in favor. I see the recommendation of the planning board. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to go ahead and make a motion that we support the statement of consistency in this.
All right, Commissioner Johnson has made the motion to support the statement of consistency. Is there a second? Second. Second by Commissioner Goins. Is there any discussion? No discussion. All in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried. All right.
I'd also like to make a motion that we rezone this particular property, number ZCR 1204. The applicant is the furniture guy, and that we rezone it to HB. I'll make that motion, sir.
Motion's been made by Commissioner Johnson to accept the rezoning request. Is there a second? Second. Second by Commissioner Goins. Is there any more discussion? All in favor, please say aye. 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 All opposed? Motion carried. Congratulations. Next, we have another rezoning request.
This is the last one. So the applicant is Tony Tilley. The current zoning is RA. Mr. Tilley has requested a conditional rezoning for rural business, conditional. The specific proposal is to reclassify a 0.918 acre portion of his property for rural business purposes. The property has 2 existing commercial structures and 4 accessory buildings. The applicant states the proposed use is to sell golf carts, as well as get his specific automotive dealer license with that. In December, we met multiple options and have discussions with the applicant for this specific property. Went through, we did not receive any telephone calls with this. Conversations we've had with the applicant, in order to be able to get a specific dealer's license for the property, he needs to have zoning approval to be able to sell cars and to sell the golf carts there through the dealer's license. So as opposed to rezoning the entire piece of property, we did a conditional rezoning with that, and there's a specific portion of the property that will be zoned that. The rest of it will remain rural agriculture. It was approved unanimously by the planning board with specific requirements. One of the things that we asked itself was we had to have, in order to get this through, we had to have a meets and bounds survey map submitted to our office, so that way we could submit it to there as a part of the approval, and he has. It did go to that, and we do get that with that. Also with that, that was one of the conditions that spelled everything out. Also, the planning board, the planning board did waive some of the specific buffering requirements with that as well. So I'll be more than happy to entertain any questions that we have about this.
All right, is there anyone here to speak on behalf of this rezoning request?
Hey, y'all.
Good, how you doing?
Good. Tony Tilley, 336-374-0152. I think I met all the requirements with Johnny in the county, and when we had the planning board meeting, we talked about the buffering, and 3 sides of this is my land, and I requested not to buffer because I'd like to be able to see my building from the house, see if somebody's out there. And they agreed to do that, but you know, when I applied for the permit, Johnny and them printed off the stuff, all the businesses you could be once you'd been rezoned to that. Well, that was one of the stipulations they put in there, and I don't understand why that I would be held accountable only to sell golf carts or automobiles. I don't know if it stemmed from me not being buffered is the reason they wanted to do that, but I don't see the difference. And it would be a bookstore or a golf cart store if it meets the requirements. So that's my question to y'all. Does that have to be on there in case I do change my mind later and I want to do something that's in the permit?
I might have to refer back to Mr. Easter on that. Mr. Tilley?
No problem.
If I understand that correctly, what was submitted to the planning board was the specific conditional rezoning, okay? On the stated applicant, the stated the general purpose and the general use of that was to sell golf carts and cars, and that's what they based the approval on. It wasn't for anything else. So that's why it was a conditional rezoning. Other discussions associated with that, we didn't rezone the entire property with that. We rezoned a conditional rezoning for that portion of the property for that specific use. So at those times, those things should have been presented to the planning board at that time to discuss that, and there might be an additional things, but we only approved what was presented to us.
So you are saying that the word conditional restricts him to what he said he was going to do?
Yes.
So in other words, if you take the conditional off of it, all those other things he could do with his property would come applicable. Is that correct?
With approval of the planning board
That's what I
specifically.
mean.
Yes, yes, yeah. That would have been addressed
So in
at that
other
time.
words, what's being requested tonight is going to refrain him from doing other than what he says.
Right.
Unless he goes back and starts over and says, I want it to be, leave that conditional use off.
Sure.
We'd have to start all over, go back to the planning board again. Okay.
Yes.
So,
That we couldn't drop that without going back to the planning board.
I personally wouldn't recommend that because some of the specific requirements and some of the discussions associated with some of the buffering would be different. And that was one of the things, existing building, we felt it was okay, no more that what that was. That was part of the requirements, that this was what it was specifically going to be on there. That was some of the discussion, and some of the minutes was about that. If you're doing this or doing this, we might address it. I don't want to speak on behalf of the planning board for what they would or not approved or disapproved or would waive that. I know specific requirements were addressed with the buffering were waived specifically because it was going to be selling golf carts and have limited automotive sales out there.
Anyone else have any comments?
I got some more questions for you then.
All right.
What's the difference, what you would have there if you're zoned? I mean, you know, if you're zoned business, rural business like that, what would be a factor in what it had a buffering zone from one store to another? You know what I'm saying? I'm not asking to build anything else. I'm just asking, because that was when they sent this stuff, that's what he said you could do once you got it. I understand they done it at the planning board, but what would be the difference if you changed your mind from bookstore to a golf cart store? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Why would that change the buffering? What?
I think because it's under conditional. I'm understanding it's conditional. You ask for it to do those two things, and it's just conditional. It's not just to open. You know what I'm saying? It's just not open because then you've got other requirements.
Right.
Other requirements for buffering and things that go along with it.
So let me make sure I understand. Like if you got a Walmart and it's not a Walmart now, it's going to be a tire store. That has to go back and go through the planning board every time. I mean, I'm asking, is that how it works? So why does mine have to? That's what I'm asking. You know, I don't see the difference. Is why I'm asking that.
I think Mr. Easter said the way you presented it, this is what you're going to do. And so they didn't discuss other things that you might do at the time.
Right. Well,
and I don't think if you would go back and go that route, that's what they need to consider. They need to hear, I want to do anything I want to as far as business goes that meets the criteria.
Right.
You'd have to go that route. You can call it.
Well, reason I say that never came up or was never mentioned during the entire process until the buffering got there. And Mr. Easter said they generally didn't let the buffering go by, and the planning board asked to let it go by. That's when the restrictions come in there to you must sell golf carts or cars, or you have to be rezoned. That's the part I didn't really agree with, and I didn't think it was a fair way of coming to that. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I am going to sell golf carts and cars. That's my goal, but I thought I would ask why before y'all why that was put in there at the end once the buffering was lifted.
Well, I think it's their job, for one thing, to comply with the ordinances that's all been set up.
Right.
And some of them might get a little tricky, Tony. That's something you have to decide, accept what's been presented, or you might have to start all over and leave off that the C on everything.
Well, what would be the difference? I mean, if I went back other than it's okay me to be able to do multiple things versus the two I asked, that's the only change that would change to go back through all of them. Is that what?
That would be Mr. Easter, and then the planning board would make that call. I don't think the board can give you all the correct answers, but you have to go back through Mr. Easter and his department.
Right.
If you want to make a change.
Right. I mean, you got anything you want to add, John? I'm just asking. I mean, I'm asking questions. I'm trying to figure out how that happened at the end.
Well, that's the specific requirements for that. The request that was submitted was for a conditional use rezoning. Okay. That was a specific use intended for this property. It wasn't a general rezoning. So a general rezoning would be all the permitted uses in here. I don't have anything specific use for the property. I'm just going to do whatever is allowed for that. So the planning board's approach, let's speak for them, but the planning board's approach and the approval for that would be totally different. It's a specific use. The site plan requirements, the requirements that were submitted to us were specifically for golf cart sales. It's specifically for the intended use. So all the information that was submitted, all the information that was provided to the planning board to reach their decision was for that. And one of the reasons why the buffering was waived was because they felt it's just going to be a golf cart sales on there, and anybody down the road was going to change anything else that they would have to come back before this board. And at that time, some of these issues could be addressed at the time. At no point in time, the buffering had anything to do with that. This was not what was applicant was submitted, and what was presented to the planning board was a specific rezoning, conditional rezoning for this purpose business and not anything else. It wasn't changed. That's what was presented. So I would probably say if other changes wanted to be made, we would need to take it back to them and request a new application and put it back before the board.
All right, is there any other questions?
No, I'm good. I mean,
Okay.
we'll leave it like this for my part, but I just don't,
Okay.
that's not the way I was led through the process.
You, later on, if you want to sell ice cream or something, you just go back.
That's not fine. I appreciate you all the time.
Thank you, Tony. All right, is there any more discussion on that one? Do I have a motion for the statement of consistency?
I'll make that motion, Mr. Chairman.
Motion by Commissioner Johnson, the statement of consistency. I'll second that. Any more discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carried. Now, do I have a motion to accept the rezoning?
I'll make that motion that we rezone request 1112 Tom Jones Road in Ararat from RA to conditional zoning, rural business.
Motion made by Commissioner Goins. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Johnson. Any more discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carried. All right, now, I believe that's all of them, isn't it, Johnny? Good. Yes, I'm now close the public forum and go back to our regular open meeting. And next on the agenda, I believe we have Mr. Carter Spradling joining us by Zoom.
Yes, sir.
All right, good to have you with us, Mr. Spradling.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. And first, let me say thank you to the county for your continued membership in the PTRC. We appreciate Surry County very much. And specifically, I want to thank Commissioner Tucker for his continued and active support in the Northwest Piedmont Rural Planning Organization. I appreciate everything that you guys do for and with us. For those that don't know me, I am a regional planner with the Piedmont Triad Regional Council and the director of the Northwest Piedmont Rural Planning Organization. In 2019, the North Carolina Department of Transportation granted the Piedmont Triad Regional Council a grant to fund the Yadkin Valley Regional Bicycle Plan. Am I able to share my screen, or can it be shared with what was sent in?
Yes.
There you go.
Very good. The Yadkin Valley Regional Bike Plan aims to do several things. In a broad sense, it aims to increase the safety, health, recreation, transportation, tourism, and economic development opportunities for the Yadkin Valley region, which we are defining as Surry, Stokes, Yadkin, Forsyth, Davie, and part of Iredell County. We had significant public survey and involvement where it would appear that the public is overwhelmingly vested in and supportive of the things that we'd like to do in this plan. For instance, 85% of the folks that we surveyed said it's very important to create more bikeways and greenways in our community, while at the same time, the vast majority of those are uncomfortable using bicycling as a form of entertainment or transportation without dedicated facilities for those bicycles. As a result, the vast majority of those people would be much more likely to bicycle given appropriate accommodations. So that's great. Why does that matter? Well, it matters on several different levels. First, this is a great promoter of economic development in our communities. We have a study cited that for every $1 of Greenway Trail construction, $1.72 is returned from local business revenue and sales tax. This also provides a great opportunity for adults in North Carolina to achieve their exercise goals. 26% of adults in North Carolina have not exercised in the past month, according to one of the studies that we've cited in here. And in the region of study, there were 264 bicycle crashes from 2007 to 2015. And 5 of those were fatalities. Specific to Surry County, and Surry County is very heavily represented in this plan. We have projects in all the major municipalities in the county. In Mount Airy, the Granite City Greenway to downtown connector is proposed, along with bicycle facilities on Merritt South Street and the downtown spine. In Dobson, the path to Central Middle School. In Pilot Mountain, the Pilot Mountain Greenway from downtown to the State Park Trail. And in Elkin and Jonesville, we're recommending the Yadkin River Greenway completion that goes along with the Elkin Downtown Circulator, the Jonesville Circulator, and the Downtown Jonesville Trail, as well as a pedestrian and bicycle bridge going over the Yadkin River. So the goal this evening is to obtain a resolution of support from the county for the Yadkin Valley Regional Bicycle Plan.
Thank you, Mr. Spradlin. Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Spradlin? Any comments? If not, I'm looking for a resolution to adopt the Yadkin Valley Regional Bicycle Plan.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Van Tucker. Good to have you with us tonight, Carter. And I would, on behalf of the PTRC and their vast study and recommendation, I'm going to make the motion that our board pass this resolution adopting the Yadkin Valley Regional Bicycle Plan.
Motion made by Commissioner Tucker to adopt the Regional Bicycle Plan. Is there a second?
Chairman, I'll second that.
Seconded by Commissioner Goins. Is there any more discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carried. Thank you, Mr. Spradlin. We enjoyed and looking forward to working with you in the future.
Absolutely. Thank you, commissioners.
All right, next on our agenda, we have Ms. Jessica Montgomery. She's wearing one of the hats she does for us in the county, the interim facilities director.
Thank you, gentlemen. Can you hear me okay through the mask?
We got
okay. I just have to ask. Sometimes I'm not so sure. I bring for you tonight the an actual general service agreement with Trimco and Weatherproofing Technologies. We've worked with them in the past on roofing, and we're very impressed with their work. This is actually to inspections and maintenance of several of our roofing systems, 13 facilities, 21 roof systems total. And if you're aware of facilities, roofing is very important. If we have a leak that goes unnoticed, or we have leaks that we keep putting Band-Aids on, this can cause us a lot of damage in a hurry. So just having these under maintenance program, they actually go and put it in AutoCAD drawings, and our facilities guys will have it on the computers and on their cell phones, and they'll be able to pull it up if there's a leak or an issue. They'll be able to see here's what the picture looked like last year. So yes, we do have an issue here compared to what it looks like now. Well, they'll be able to see what to do and make planning. They're actually able to do planning for cost and budgets as far as what the state of the roof is at a particular time. The cost for this, for all 13 facilities, is $7,256, and that would be divided between the building budgets.
All right, does anybody have any questions for Ms. Montgomery?
Mr. Chairman, I don't have a question for Mrs. Montgomery. Of course, I appreciate all she does, but as a member of the property committee, this proposal was brought to us and explained even more in detail, and we asked questions about what these folks do. But in other words, they'll be a watchdog and make recommendations and furnish all the information possibly to our facilities. Other than we can say, oh, we'll get to it, but we might not nether. So with the facilities that we have here, some are old, some are somewhat new, but in the future, I see that this being very important to us, and I'm hoping that we'll be able to go into business with these folks, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. Anyone else?
You said all the 7,000 would come out of each.
It would be just percentage-wise distributed between the different building budgets.
Okay. All right. Looking for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion that we approve the roofing inspection and maintenance proposal as presented.
Motion's been made to accept the WTI General Services Agreement. Is there a second?
I'll second that, Mr. Chairman.
Any more discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Van Tucker here. Hi, Jessica. Just a question. I've looked at it here in the packet. I might have missed it. Would this contract that you propose entering into would be like a long-term maintenance on several roofs over there and budgeted out of the maintenance, as Commissioner Johnson has explained? Sure, the property committee's looked it over thoroughly, but I'm just curious. What length of term on this contract would we be entering into if we passed this? Would that be just 1 year or multiple years?
Yes, sir. It's an annual contract. So if we don't like it at the end of the year, we would just opt out. But we would have the information for the roofs. So it'd be beneficial.
Okay. I'm good, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any more discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Ms. Montgomery. All right, next we have Ms. Christy Preston, our Department of Social Services Director. Good evening, Christy. Hope you're doing well.
I am. I hope y'all are. I just have a few items for you this evening. The first item is the board confidentiality agreement. We've been trying to get on a routine to do these every year, every 18 months, just when it comes up. And the last one was done January of last year. So we thought we'd just go ahead and do that. It's the same thing that you've signed in previous years. I think all three of you were here when we did one before. So, and for Commissioner Tucker and Commissioner Harris, I'll put theirs in the mail to them. So, but I can answer any questions you may have about those. It's pretty standard form.
Any questions? Good.
Okay. The second thing I have is actually a request for a one-time separate meeting of the board as the Board of Social Services. I'm not sure what what your process looks like in order to entertain that request. But in talking with our attorney, Susan Campbell, and she's participating remotely, so she may want to weigh in as well. But there are some items that the Social Services Board is responsible for that we'd like to sit down with you and just have some conversations about what information you need from us as a department, what kind of board development opportunities you might be interested in, just some things that are more conducive to a retreat or a less formal setup than what's afforded to us here at the commissioners meeting. This board, in your role as the DSS board, did meet previously at a separate standalone time, and then somewhere along the way, maybe after I'd been here a year or two, that changed, and I started coming here to report out, which is fine, and certainly we don't want to upset the whole apple cart, but a one-time standalone meeting is our request. And like I said, Miss Campbell is on the participating by Zoom.
Well, Chrissy, you're certainly right. We did used to have our own special meetings. Sometimes they'd be in the afternoon, this or that. I don't remember how often we had them. Maybe, was it once a quarter or once every other month or every other month? But your request now is just for one standalone meeting?
Just one, yes.
For us to better do our jobs as being board members. Okay.
Y'all have two options. You could either have a special meeting or you could adjourn a regularly scheduled meeting to a time that's satisfactory to everybody.
Well, Mr. Wiltz or Susan, either one, I have a question. Does these board meetings, they're still involved the public if they want to come?
Yes.
They do.
It doesn't matter if we could adjourn, just like we adjourn our public open meeting and we go into closed session, but then we come back and open up again. But you really feel like we need, and I assume we need to do it pretty soon. Would that be a good answer?
And I would say within the next couple of months. It's not like an urgent request, but maybe within the next 6 or 8 weeks.
But it would be an open meeting unless there's a closed session topic.
Right. Yes.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to recommend to our county staff that helps us with our agenda load, each county commissioner meeting, if there's possibly a light load, they foresee, and they're going to be prepared whenever, that we could have, the next meeting or two that we might have, they could be added to the agenda, or we could have a special meeting with social services as a social service board.
That sounds good. Christy, would you be willing to work with Chris and Sandy to work that out? And
absolutely.
We're available most any time.
Yeah, and I think what Attorney Waltz said, that is a common practice that you used before, was to adjourn this like a regular meeting and then pick back up a day or two or 3 days later for a DSS meeting. So I'd be happy to work with Chris and Sandy on that.
It would be a recess, not an adjournment.
Oh, recess, I'm sorry. Thank you.
It's all right.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I appreciate that, and we'll work to pull together that agenda, and we can be ready just about any time. So. And the last thing I have is just a bit of information for you. Medicaid transformation is back in full swing. We talked to you about that, I guess it's been a year now. COVID interrupted Medicaid transformation. Basically what Medicaid transformation is the state is switching the model for how Medicaid is provided to individuals. They are switching from a fee-for-service model, which pays providers per service for each individual procedure or visit or what have you for Medicaid recipients. The new plan will be the state will contract with insurance companies and provide a capitated rate per person per member fee, and then it will be the provider's responsibility to provide services to those individuals. Our Medicaid eligibility rules won't change. Really, the only thing that will be different for social services employees is that our call volume will go up a bit as people have questions about how to enroll. Last year, when we were in full swing of this before it got postponed, the providers actually had someone on site at our office and in all the offices across the state to help us manage that call volume and to manage the walk-in traffic. So we don't anticipate any major problems with it. Our work, like I said, I don't think our work will change, just how the recipients receive their services will change. So, but you may get questions about it because it is being pretty heavily promoted out in the communities. So, and the information sheets that are attached in your packet explain it far better than I ever could. So, and that's all that I have for you.
Well, thank you. Anybody got any questions for Ms. Preston? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Cool. All right, now, next on the agenda, Chris Knopf, County Manager.
Before we get started, does anybody need a break, or are we good to keep going?
I'm good.
I'm good.
First item I have is a request from the town of Pilot Mountain regarding the Mount Airy Interconnect Water Project. A little bit of history here, because I believe we have some new board members since this originally started. The town of Pilot Mountain in 2018 studied the cost associated with either upgrading their public water plant, an interconnect with Mount Airy, or an interconnect with the city of King. Following that study, it was determined that if the project was split three ways with the county and the city of Mount Airy, that would be the most economical project or economical option. So in October of that year, the county entered an MOU with Pilot Mountain and Mount Airy that the payback on a zero interest loan for the project would be divided three ways equally. And the zero interest loan would cover the portions of the project not covered in a grant that they were awarded from the state. In January of 2019, just a few months later, the county and town of Pilot Mountain entered an interlocal agreement, which basically laid out that the county would make 20 payments over 20 years in the amount of $32,500 towards the project. And this interconnect would start just south of the Mount Airy Surry County Airport. It would run primarily along old US 52 into Pilot Mountain and connect there to the water plant, which is just off of US 52 on like what you would call the northwest side of town. The project went to bid recently. And unfortunately, the project came in almost $1.5 million higher than originally budgeted. There were several reasons for that. As you can see, there's a memorandum from Michael Bowes with the town of Pilot Mountain. There were several thousand feet of line added to the project because they had to avoid a piece of property and a landowner who refused to sign an easement. That was one issue. There was also because of easement acquisition and the time frame it took place, the project did not go to bid as soon as they had hoped. And as they moved into the situation we currently find ourselves in related to the supply chain due to COVID-19, the cost of the project increased. Also, they were anticipating that there would be a lot more deeded right-of-way owned by the NCDOT along old US 52. As it turns out, there was none. So easements were required for the vast majority of the project. And that also added to the costs. Because of these things, the town went back to the state on the zero interest loan to get the amount increased. They have tentative approval for that. Now they're going to the county and the city of Mount Airy seeking changes to the agreement. Basically, the agreement said, the original agreement, that if the loan amount were to increase by up to 25%, it wouldn't have to come back. That was kind of built in. Unfortunately, based on the numbers they received, it's 40%, and that's why they're coming back at this time. Therefore, instead of $32,500 over 20, annually over 20 years, the payment would be $56,584 per year over 20 years. This would amount to a total contribution from Surry County at just over $1.1 million. with the Mount Airy making, you know, an identical contribution. So in a nutshell, this project will enable the town of Pilot Mountain to buy their public water in the future from the city of Mount Airy, who has water to sell. Town of Pilot Mountain can shutter its water plant, which is also a positive thing. I think Jessica could attest to that, her long experience in that area. It's still a good project, but what's before you now is the additional costs and how you want to move forward.
All right, gentlemen, does anyone have any comments? Or
Mr. Chairman, I have a couple of questions for Chris Knopf.
yes, sir.
This is Van Tucker. Chris, our cost now would be a little over $1 million for the county's part. And I assume that would be a little over $1 million for Mount Airy and for Pilot Mountain as well, about equal amounts of increase. Is that correct?
Yes.
And also, what was our original, I signed the contract and I really don't remember, was it like 700,000 was our original cost?
It would have been 650,000.
Yep. I'll just say that's a heck of a significant increase after getting it bid out. And so you've explained that there were several reasons, adding several thousand feet of line. Was that like miles? Was that like a couple of thousand? Do you have any idea how many thousands of feet of line was added to bring the cost up that much?
I believe it was less than 3,000, but the exact number I haven't been provided.
Also, we say there was a longer time between the original budget and when the project was bid. And we talked about having to buy easement acquisition that we anticipated would be the North Carolina Department of Right-of-Ways path that we would not have to buy. But along those lines, I guess, who negotiated those easements? Did the town of Pilot Mountain solely, I guess they were solely in management and control of negotiating those easements. So they negotiated all those easements they had to buy?
Van, I represent Pilot Mountain, and I have worked with Michael Bowes to negotiate those easements. It was thought originally that NCDOT would be able to give us an encroachment agreement, but unfortunately, most of the area the water line runs in, NCDOT has no right-of-way agreement. They just presume one. And so that's one of the factors in the cost.
So essentially that made us buy from the individual owner of the acreage and property, and in linear feet, we had to buy and negotiate for those easement acquisitions, I guess.
Yes, sir. But we're using the same formula that the county has used in the past. It's $1 a linear foot or a water tap, and the water tap is valued at $1,500, and so it's been a mixed bag on what we're paying versus what we're contracting for.
But everybody that opted to get the payment per foot got the same amount of money?
Yes, sir.
So there was nobody that held out and said, "Oh no, I got to have more for 100 feet out here." Or...
Well, no, they're those that have held out will end up facing a condemnation action.
And they had the either or choice of putting in a water tap or paying the same amount of foot that everybody else was offered.
Yes, sir.
I understand. Yeah, well, there's price of doing business. I liked the deal a lot better the first time at $650,000, but I guess progress is expensive. But anyway, thank you.
Any more?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to say that the low bidder, and this was Smith Rowe out of Mount Airy, very experienced, and they tackled it very hard. They were 600,000 lower than anybody else. I think it was 6 or 7 contractors bidding on it. So thank goodness, we have a local contractor do it. And it looks like they really worked at it pretty hard to get it to that price. But I can also see that all the opportunities that this will bring up in the future. It will enable anybody from Holly Springs exit to Cook School Road exit a little bit beyond the opportunity to hook on if they want to. And I would say there will be some that will, due to the bad water or such as that, and they have that opportunity. But the main thing is getting it to Pilot Mountain, and all the citizens of Pilot Mountain will have good quality, and it will be something they've suffered through the years. But I can also see this as it around Cook School Road and north of, well, even all of Pilot Mountain, because I assume it's going to go to all the city, everybody within the city limits of Pilot Mountain. And so there will be room for just like this gentleman wants to build apartments. He's going to have water and sewer on his property. That's it's required. But those are good things to have. And no, people will. I see us. I could see a great boom because this water line's being. I think it'd be very prosperous for Surry County.
All right. Can we entertain a motion? Well, I'll make the motion that we enter into the Town of Pilot Mountain and Mount Airy Interconnect project. Amendment, yes. Do I have a second?
I'll second that, Mr. Chairman.
Seconded by Commissioner Johnson. Is there any more discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not going to vote against this project. I signed on to the first one when I was the board chair. I think it's much needed. Pilot Mountain has been in real trouble with a crumbling infrastructure of water system. Mount Airy has plenty of water. The county felt an obligation to take part of the cost. I still think it's a good project, and yeah, the main thing probably is getting water down there, but another main thing is how much it's going to cost. And I'll have to say I am somewhat shocked at a deal that was going to cost us about $650,000 a piece, both municipalities and the county, that's going to cost us all about maybe $450,000 a piece each, more than it was just a short while ago. I am amazed at the cost increase, but I am not going to change my mind that water is something we need in the East District and Pilot Mountain area, and several of those customers along the way. I just want to say I am very disappointed that the cost has gone up so significantly. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. Is there any more discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carried.
Next item I have is a memo from the county attorney regarding the Raleigh Avenue property. I'll just ask Ed at this time to provide the board an update.
Last time we talked about this, we had received a bid that was a subject of upset several times, and the top bid was $100,000 for this building on Raleigh Avenue and the parking lot across the street. I think our tax value was $400,000 for the two pieces of property, and our appraisal, our fee appraisal, was $250,000. And we thought it might be prudent to list the property with a realtor. And my research indicates that we can't do that unless we're going to go to public auction. We can list it with a realtor to go to public auction, and we don't have to accept whatever the favorable bid is. The other option is a sealed bid where we have the discretion to accept or reject whatever the sealed bid is. And then we could go back to what we already did, which is the negotiated bid subject to upset. That's what we've just been through. That involves accepting a bid subject to our ability to reject, but it's also subject to upset. And the other couple of options are we could convey the property to another governmental unit for use or a charity. And so we can't really sell it on the open market. I will tell you that we have had interest in one of our former bidders that would be willing to pay more than what's on the table, but that puts us back into the negotiated bid subject to upset.
I was going to add one thing. Last week, an agency that works with our response department maybe has an interest in the building. And they're going to take a look at it tomorrow. So that's something that just came up since the packet went out.
Who did you say?
I'm not certain who exactly, but it's someone that works with Mark Willis.
Okay.
They feel it may be a good location for some future service that could be provided.
Well, in that case, if we've got more interest in it, I'd be willing to go back to the upset bid process.
Well, and just so you know, we still have the bid deposit for the highest bidder because I wanted y'all to be able to review the situation. I know that y'all rejected it at the last meeting, but in view of the situation and what your options are, I wanted you to be able to rethink where we are. And if you're still interested in rejecting the current $100,000 bid, we'll refund the high bidder his bid deposit and move on. And if you're interested in going through a negotiated bid process again, we can do that.
Anyone have any comments?
I'll add to my earlier statement too. I don't know that the exact situation, but in the interest that I mentioned with one of these other agencies that works with our opioid department, it may be an interest where they would want to lease it, not necessarily buy it. Is that your understanding, Sandy? So I need to add that to what I said earlier.
And just to throw it in there, one or more of the people that have looked at the building before opined that it would be a great place for Surry Medical Ministries. I have no idea what their level of interest is, if any. And I don't know I don't know what their current lease terms are across from the hospital, but that's just one more thing to think about.
Any comments, gentlemen?
Property committee has visited that site along with Jessica and Ed quite a bit. I don't like the bid is too low, the 100,000 in my opinion, but the tax value is way off. That's our fault, I guess. The appraisal seems to be very fair, but whoever takes this building on whether it's bought or leased or whatever, it's got a tremendous amount of work to do to it. In my own opinion, I think the parking lot is worth more than the building. But I would say that I would like to see it maybe go back to the same process that we've been doing, and hopefully we can get some more offers from it. Would be my opinion. I feel like sealed bids, that's possible, and we still have the right to reject. Auction it off, we still have the right to reject. But I feel like this, what we've did for the past 3 or 4 months, possibly, and I think several of them indicated there's really no time on it. I would like to see it get out of our hands. I don't want the county to fix it up and lease it out or anything such as that, in my opinion. I'd love for somebody like Medical Ministries to have it, and there might be, but we're getting zilch out of it right now, nothing. And so I'd like to see it move eventually, but I would be in favor of going through the process that we've gone through for the last 3 or 4 months, Mr. Chairman.
I'll make a motion that we reject the $100,000 bid. The deposit goes back to the bidder, and that we, I guess, restart the bid process on this property.
All right, motion's been made by Commissioner Goins to reject the $100,000 bid and give the bidder back his deposit and restart the bidding process over. A second. I'll second that. Any discussion?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
I was just curious, do we have a sign out in front of that property that indicates that it's available?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I was just curious as to whether or not we had a sign out there. Thank you very much. And I'm in favor of this. You know, there's no timeline here, and this still appears to be in flux. And you know, there's just a lot of opportunities for that location, whether it be for a 501c3 or whether we sell it outright. And you know, I don't think we need to act prematurely, so I'm in favor of returning the earnest money, which the motion does, and just biding our time for the next few months to see how it plays out.
That will involve another legal ad, which we'll put together.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Just a little more discussion. I wanted clarification from Ed. Yes, I agree with the motion, and I think we ought to reject the $100 bid. We've got a little time here. We've owned it a long time. We can own it a little longer. That's the way it works sometimes. Mr. Wiltz, I want to make sure I understand. We found out that concerning our ability to give over projects like these for sale to an auction, you say there's a general statute that pretty much limits our ability to allow an auction company to take this to a public sale. Thereby, we would have to contract with an auction company, and we could reject the bid. Of course, I'm sure we'd still have an auction fee involved. That would be negotiable with the auction company that we chose to go with. But after our last discussion, I got an email from some person. I don't even know who the person is. She did name the auction, the realtor company that she represents, that had an interest in being involved in maybe this project and some others as they might come along. I agree with Mr. Commissioner Johnson. I don't want to be in the real estate business either. We may have some more of these things. We've tried to start a few years ago cleaning up some of these things. But explain that to me again, the process whereby we would only, according to the general statutes, be able to contract with a realtor, and how would we choose that realtor if we were ever to go that route?
Okay, first of all, we can't just list it with a realtor and sell it, because that's not permitted. If we use a realtor, their function would be to conduct a public auction. And they would do the advertising and the publicity surrounding the auction, and then we could either accept or reject whatever bid we get. Other than that, we have a sealed bid option, which we would advertise requesting sealed bids, and we would select the most favorable, but we'd be also able to reject the thing. Then we have the process that we just used, the negotiated bid subject to upset. And then the other two options are conveying the property to a nonprofit or another governmental unit for use.
Okay, understood.
We can't just list it for sale.
Yeah, understand. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any more discussion? We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carried.
Next item I have does not have an attachment. A few moments ago, I mentioned the opioid response department. The work of that department since it started a few years ago, the opioid epidemic was what the health director at the time brought to our attention. And since that time, the work that Mark has done and his team, it's really more about substance abuse recovery of all types, not just opioids. And we've actually had a conversation with Mark, probably going on 6-7 months, Sandy and myself. And Mark recommends, changing the name of the department and changing the name of the advisory council to reflect substance abuse recovery versus just opioid response. He thinks that he gets a lot of questions from the public. Is it narrowly focused? Is that the only thing he's focused on? And of course he's not, because of course the opioid situation has led to other substance abuse issues when individuals can no longer get the opioid. So that's our recommendation. We would recommend that to the board. We would like to do it now so that we can have that in place as we start the budget process in a couple of weeks with the department heads.
All right, gentlemen, is there any discussion on that?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Yes, as the board member who represents the board on the opioid response board, I do think this is long overdue, and I think it's a much more appropriate designation for that unit of government there, and I fully support this. I think it gives the public a better understanding of what it is we're trying to do here in Surry County in regards to drugs and substance abuse and the terrible damage it's doing in our county. And so I just wanted to say I fully support this. I think it's a very appropriate change, and I commend Mr. Willis for his efforts.
Well, if you'll make that motion, I'll second it.
I'll make that motion, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. Any more discussion? I second it. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion carried.
Next item I have, which is attachment C, is a letter from Mike Bowman. He's representing the Shepherd's House of Mount Airy. As you know, they are currently expanding. Quorum Construction, Quorum Company Incorporated, is their general contractor. Quorum, on their behalf and taking out the permits, paid a fee of $2,798, which of course Shepherd's House will have to pay as a part of the project. And they're asking the board, based on their mission and the type of organization that they are, waive that fee and reimburse it to them. So they're requesting you reimburse them $2,798, which is the building permit fee Quorum Construction on their behalf. Project started.
Mr. Chairman, for your information, Mike Bowman is chairman of the board for Shepherd House. I don't think I need to sing their praises for a long period of time tonight, but they are a group of people that have took this situation in our county for a long ways and for a long period of time. I'm excited that they're here. I would like to make a note to the board members that we have waived various fees, especially to those in need and to help Habitat and others through the years. And this Shepherd House has not come to the county since I've been on board and asked for a dime, as others have every year asked for their usual amounts. But the Shepherd House has not asked for anything in 5 years since I've been on the board. And so I personally will be voting yes to reimburse when that happens, if it does.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that we reimburse, I guess, Shepherd House, $27.98 for our permit fees for new construction.
Motion's been made by Commissioner Goins. Is there a second?
Second by Commissioner Johnson.
Second by Commissioner Johnson. Any more discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carried.
I think the reimbursement needs to go to the Shepherd's House and not to Quorum.
Yes, well, we will do that.
Thank you.
We have one final item. Nathan has a board reappointment request from the health director.
Yeah, Eddie Jordan's up for reappointment on the Board of Health. That's the only one tonight. Just need an action from you guys.
Do I have a motion?
As a member of the Board of Health, I would highly recommend that we reappoint Eddie Jordan to serve on the Board of Health for Surry County.
Motion made by Commissioner Johnson to reappoint Eddie Jordan to the Health Committee, Health Board. Is there a second by Commissioner Goins? Is there any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carried.
Finally, we have a request after County Commissioners business for closed session for legal, personnel, and I think that's all, personnel and legal.
All right. County Commissioners, general county business. Anyone have any comments they'd like to bring up right now?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Just real quickly, I know it's been a long meeting, going to be a little longer, it sounds like, but on behalf of some of the people down here in the East District in the Pilot Mountain area, and certainly for anybody that's interested in Surry County and/or North Carolina, I want to make just a public announcement and let people know that there is an attempt by a citizen group from both Stokes County, some of the Trails folks over there, and some folks here in Pilot Mountain and the area representing the Pilot Mountain State Park Friends to get done a specialty license plate for the Pilot Mountain State Park. And on that license plate, it would actually show a picture of the knob. It would be a 4-digit license plate number. In order to get these type of specialty license plates, there's a process with the North Carolina DMV. Part of that process entails that they will have to have 300 applicants that's willing to pay $31 annually for these specialty plates. Out of that $31, I think $1 for handling cost, and maybe 20 of it goes back directly to the state parks systems and upkeep of their trails. The plate would generate a steady stream of income to be used for projects that's not typically covered by the state budget at Pilot Mountain State Park. And right now, the license plate project has about 1/3 of the submissions that would be needed to make the plate available. I think they need about 300 applicants by February the 15th, times drawing nigh. I think they have about 100. I personally plan to put one on a vehicle of mine and proudly display it, the Pilot Mountain image. The Pilot Mountain, as we all know, is one of our prized delights here in Surry County, and it is listed on through the National Park Service as one of the national natural landmarks in the whole United States of America. I think that's pretty unique, and we have it right here in our backyard in our own county. And I want to put out a request that anybody that might be interested in that either contact me or look it up on the website. There's a couple of people involved in it from Stokes and Surry counties, or you can pull up the Surry County website. I'm sure Nathan Walls is familiar with this as well. Any of us will be glad to forward you or direct you to a link whereby you could apply for one of these specialty plates. And I just wanted to throw that in. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I too believe it's a great idea. And how about signing me up, Mr. Tucker?
Absolutely. We'll both try to get us one. Thank you.
Do you get her to change the view on that? Did you get the shoulder side put on that plate?
Well, actually, I wanted it taken from God's country down here, but I'll take it just like it is, Commissioner Goins. But a great idea.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Tucker. I've got a comment. I've getting several phone calls here lately concerning the trash in Surry County. And it's looking pretty bad in some parts of the county. You go down the road and all you can see, can't hardly see the side ditches for the trash. And I'd like to get County Manager Chris to tell us some of the organizations that could get paid to pick this trash up, and it could benefit them very much. And if it's been in effect for a long time, but maybe people's forgot about it. But if you would, please.
Yeah, we do have a program for nonprofit groups, scouting groups, civic clubs that the county will reimburse them up to $5 or reimburse them $5 per bag picked up. All you have to do is contact Johnny Easter in our Development Services Department. He will work with these groups to coordinate which roads to be collected, assisting them in getting trash bags, vests, anything that they may need to do it safely, and also coordinate with NCDOT as needed. But that program is, I guess, through the Litter Committee and Eddie Harris's work there was reconstituted a few years ago, and it was in place, I think 10 or 15 years ago at one time. So it's a good program. We do have some groups that are taking advantage of it. But like I said, just contact Johnny Easter in our Development Services Department. His contact information is on the county website.
Did we not expand that to like neighborhood watches and people in neighborhoods could go out and do that and maybe donate the money to a charity or something? We need something to incentivize people to get out there and help pick his trash up. It's looking pretty bad. But I did see a debris truck on 52 South the other day and had a few ladies out there picking up trash. And I guess that's the agreement with DOT.
There's a gentleman in Mount Airy. I see him a lot picking up trash, and he just goes off on different. He's on different road. You see him all over picking up trash. And
Mr. Chairman, may I make a comment?
Yes, sir.
I'm glad you brought this subject up. It's a very, very important subject. I think it affects our county greatly. And it grieves me to see, as I have said for many, many years, the amount of trash that we have on our roads in Surry County. I think it's a bad reflection on people coming through here. It's a bad reflection on our citizens, our businesses. And you know, there just seems to be no let up in it. And I actually spent about 3 hours Sunday afternoon picking up trash on one of the roadsides over here in my community. There's several things at play here. One is we've had some problem communicating with the DOT in regards to the folks who have these highways adopted. And I don't know what the miscommunication is there with the DOT, but we need to redouble our efforts in making sure that the DOT is vigilant in making sure that the people who have these roads adopted stick to their schedule. They have to pick them up so many times a year, and they have to let the DOT know when they do that. So that's part of the process of an adopt a highway. One of the worst roads, well, there's just, you know, many roads that are really bad, but the one particular road that I think I may have mentioned it to Commissioner Johnson is Holly Springs Road. And, you know, we need to, I don't know, we sent a request to DOT some time ago about this Adopt a Highway program, and I don't think we ever even received a response. And, but, you know, there's a lot of businesses out there at Holly Springs that could adopt that highway out through there. And, you know, it wouldn't be a big challenge to them with the number of employees that a lot of them have. And we have an airport right there where folks are coming in, they're flying in and going to Primland and various locations in Surry County and corporate jets. And we've done a tremendous job with that airport. And it's just a really bad reflection on Surry County. So I think that's a very, very important area right there to keep free of trash. Now, Sheep Farm Road, the DOT, and as I said, there's been some lack of communication between the DOT and the county. For what reason, I'm not quite sure, but the folks who have bid these contracts out to clean up litter on the roads, they have a schedule. The 4-lane highways are picked up quarterly. The U.S. highways are picked up on a certain schedule, and secondary roads. But, you know, as good as you can do, that's still a tremendous monumental challenge to clean up the roads in Surry County. So, and as far as the program that we have, you have to be a 501c3 to be able to participate in that. So, you know, that may prohibit some folks, you know, from participating depending on what organization it is. And I think we increased that to $5 a bag, didn't we, Chris?
Yes, $5.
$5 a bag. So, you know, it doesn't take long to pick up a bag of trash, I can tell you that, as much as there is out there on the road. But, and as far as going forward, you know, we've engaged the schools with a lot of materials for teaching aids to start instilling in our youngsters at a very early age how important this is, and that it's simply, you know, not the right thing to do to throw out trash and litter our highways. And I use the example of the advertisement back when I was a young man in the late 60s. The Indian standing on the shore of the lake and trash everywhere, and, you know, he was crying. His name was Iron Eyes Cody. And I think we have some litter monies in the budget for this year still, I think, unexpended, don't we, Chris?
Yes, we do.
And I think we need to probably, I'm trying to think of a better way to get out this message, and I think probably we need to engage with some of the billboard companies that use Surry County that are permitted with billboards, and just probably start some sort of campaign, public relations campaign through these billboards on an anti-littering program. And I think we also need to purchase another round of Keep Surry Litter Free signs with our school colors. All of those had the school colors, and I think we're pretty much out of those, but we need to get some more litter signs and redouble our efforts. It is just really, really a challenge, and I appreciate the chairman for bringing this up. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Harris. Is there any more comments?
Mr. Chairman, quickly, just to add to that, you and I spoke of it just the other day. I get an email, a phone call just very frequently. I, like Mr. Harris, I spend quite a bit of time on a long stretch of road getting up trash on the fair weekends, and I hate it, and I can't stand it. It's ugly. I respond to some of these complaints saying, you know what, we can put some teeth into it, and I want to speak to that in just a second, but it embarrasses me for people to ride through Surry County and see this nasty mess on the sides of our roads. You don't see it everywhere. You do see it some places. I think there's been a little breakdown with the COVID going on and our connection with the DOT to get some of it cleaned up on regular cycles. You know, we have identified certain problem areas that we have been getting up for trash using the DOT on a regular maintenance basis. I don't know if that's slacked off a little bit. I personally would like to see, Mr. Manager, if we can't consider having a meeting with somebody in the DOT, maybe even at a state level, that addresses these concerns, as well as some other local DOT, what I think, for lack of a better word, sometimes seems dysfunctional. You know, we are just commissioners here at the county, but, you know, we certainly have an obligation to the citizens and a right to negotiate what we can and what we should with the North Carolina DOT. And sometimes I feel like after some calls I make to some of our opportunities to make these requests known, they don't never get thrown out of the front yard. They don't make it to the highway. I think sometimes we are dysfunctional there on one end or the other. I would like for our board to consider addressing that, maybe even setting up something on a state level. I would be happy to be a liaison to set up something with somebody on a General Assembly level or a department head level there to discuss some of our problems of just simple, what seems like lack of communication sometimes with these guys. Also, I wanted to bring up, when we talked about this a year or two ago, we talked about some local enforcement, you know, that we actually want highway patrolmen and sheriff's deputies and municipality law enforcement officers to put out some citations and help us be on the lookout for this. You know, you can put up signs all day long, and I agree we should. You can put up billboards, I agree we should. You can plead to the citizens, which a lot of them don't throw it out to start with, but it's just hard to fix, for lack of a better term, sorriness, lack of responsibility out of some individuals that just simply throw their garbage out on the side of the road. And I don't know how to fix it, but I know that citations and enforcement would be one way that would slow it down, or perhaps. I don't know if we put plainclothes officers out there or game cameras or what we do, but it is really bad. And I want this board to not just talk about it tonight, but going forward, I want to address it a couple of ways, maybe with some communication with the North Carolina DOT, maybe with our local law enforcement, maybe with the highway patrol, maybe all of these things. But I concur 100%, and I hope we will talk about this topic again real soon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any more?
If you don't mind, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to echo what's been said about the litter. I think we've all received a lot of calls. I've done a lot of soul searching, and I've even talked with just a few people. I have an idea I'd like to present to the board at the appropriate time. Whenever you see fit, I thought it might stay and might work and wait until the retreat, which is fine. But if the chairman feels like it's more urgent, I have an idea that I would like to present to the, not tonight, but when you feel like we feel like we want to address, I would like to share what I've been pondering on, and I've shared it with just a few, and I've heard nothing negative yet. So, but I'd like to bring it to the full board at whenever y'all say. It appears that it's all on our minds, and not enough's being done about it.
I agree.
And I have a question for the old pros on the board, or Mr. Woltz, or maybe Chris, or manager, whatever. I want to make sure I remain at the proper etiquette as a commissioner should act during the board meeting, and when to respond or not respond, if respond. But I'd like to know, feel like tonight a few of us names were mentioned in open forum. Now, is it proper, adequate, if we wanted to respond at that, during that time, could we, or we just need to eat it and save it? Or could we, being actual names come out, I ain't talking about the whole general board, but I'd like to know how I'm supposed to act, if any, or respond. I actually felt like I wanted to respond a little bit tonight and did not. But
Larry, I think you can respond if you want to, but I think the better practice is for you not to respond to anything. This is not a dialogue. This is a public option to give y'all information, and it's not designed to have a reply.
okay, I mean, I'm fine. I've been doing that for 5 years now. But I just felt like it got a little bit one-sided, and it all didn't come out like, in my opinion, that it should.
We have responded during open forum. We have responded during open forum.
Yeah, we have, and I'll just chime in there.
Council, is that we're just better, we should not? Is that the case, Ed?
It's generally an opportunity for y'all to hear from the citizens. It's not, and I mean, you can respond, but my recommendation would be not to, because you could go on and on and on.
Yeah. Yeah, I was just going to say and I know, Mr. Johnson, I feel your pain. Sometimes you want to do more and respond. You want to jump over the podium and say, now, what was that you said? But I think the better part of valor, in my experience, just from my opinion, is it can get lengthy. It can get tit for tat. It can go in a lot of different directions. And I think our board policy generally has been, we just kind of take it and it goes with the turf. And, but I appreciate you asking the question. Mr. Woltz, I understand you to say we can engage in whichever direction we feel appropriate. And I have, as chairman before, I have made an exception or two, depending on what the topic is and what the heat and the temperature in the room is. And sometimes I think it can be just fine. And sometimes I think it can, it can get out of hand. But yeah, I thought it was a little hard on you too, Mr. Commissioner Johnson.
I wanted to, not to set the record straight or anything such as that, but when you're, I don't know, I'll let it go. It just sort of, when you get defamed a little bit, but that's just being a human being, I guess. So, but thank you for the counsel, Ed.
That's why we earn those big bucks, Commissioner Johnson.
Yeah, boy.
Any more discussion? Can I get a motion?
Make a motion that we go into closed session, Mr. Chairman.
Motion by Commissioner Goins to go into closed. I'll second that. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried.
I'm gonna beat you.